So, if you guys are new here, my name is Patricia. I build and review keyboards. Um, this is kind of late from my normal schedule because I like overslept, but we are going to be reviewing this board. No, that's just the bag it was in. I'm sorry, I didn't have time to throw away the bag. Hold on. No, the lip balm was mine. Hold on. But yeah. So today we're going to be reviewing the Polygon-7. This is an upcoming in-stock drop from Daring Run. So they did like the Flip. They've done a couple boards, but Flip, Ola. I'm trying to remember. Let me open their Discord. Let's see. They have Polygon-7. They did a Flip, and then they did the DR70. Ola is by their like sister company, right? Bravo. Oh, really? You're gonna buy it? I'm excited to see it. I think so far, Alex has built it, but today we're building it. So, really excited. So, this is a box that comes in, right? So, they have like a few QR codes, the user guide, Discord, and then I guess this is like the Chinese website. DR Works, Daring Run. Red Sox. Yo, I think the scariest moment was when, like, the scariest encounter I had was when I was in, like, Boston, and I forget Boston's team name, but it was, like, they had just lost a major, like, baseball game, and things got violent. So scary. I was told, like, do not go out today, just in case we lose. And I was like, excuse me? What? Alright. I don't know what color I got, so if you guys want to guess, now's your time for guessing. This will come in 5 colors: spray coat white, anno blue, anno gray, anno silver, and anno green. Oh, I hope I got the green. Source fans are the worst. It's just a game. I mean, I heard it's the same in the UK. Let's see. Oh, what the? This guy. Okay. So it looks like we have both the PCBs, we have all the plates, and we have foam. Neat. Okay. No! We got the white. No. I wish I got green. Sometimes I get to choose, but sometimes I also don't get to choose. Oh, you're just getting into the hobby? Well, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We'll do our best to answer. I'm just a small streamer, but I'll do my best. Okay. Oop. accessory box. This accessory box is bigger than the actual keyboard. I'm excited. I haven't watched any content or on this, so I'm going in blind just to let you guys know. I've seen the product page, but yeah, I haven't like looked up like the details, so you guys will kind of get like my very first impressions. But I will say, starting off, I've always been impressed with Daring Run's stuff. Each board they release, they've made like slight improvements, like QC, quality of life improvements. So I'm excited to see where this one is at. It's the PG-7. Yeah, it's the Flip 6P. Yes. Yeah, same people. Oh wait, I don't have the white. This is the silver. This board is the PG-7. The flip you're talking about is 6P, Flip 6P. But this one is PG-7, yeah. This silver. Sorry, not the spray coated white. All I want are colorful boards, but I'm forced to build beige, white, or silver. Help! Help! Let me be free! Let me be free! Okay, so looking off, like just right off the bat, you already see you have magnetic connectors, yes, which is a huge upgrade from ribbon cables. It looks like there are ribbon cables right here. It looks to be like ball catch. Yeah, pogo pin. Okay, but yeah, you can see these are still using the ribbon cables right here. Okay, so I guess this just like aligns right there. No, these are key sides, so you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So keys right here. These, there's a button for the left and the right. I'm guessing these are for these buttons on the case, but let's just look at it, the overview first. Well, I have 2 PCBs and I have 3 plates. There is PCB gasket mount, and then there's also top mount. Where, I don't know. I'll have to look at the plate. Alright, so let's just look at the overview for this first. Okay, so here's the top. Few things to point out. So this is going to be... So it's a 65% layout, except you have 2 sides with 3 keys, right? So you have the 3 keys, but this part itself is a 65%. So you have like the arrows, you have like the blockers separating it. Right here, there's like a plus and a minus, right? And these are buttons that you can actually press, right? And we saw this on the PCB whenever we opened it. But here you can see the magnetic connectors. Right here you can kind of see like the ribbon cables poking out, but other than that, you know, pretty interesting layout. It kind of has like the symmetrical except for the arrow blocker, which, you know, I don't really mind, but yeah. So the layout is a 65%, at least right here, but then with the additional side keys, right? So that is the front. Here's the side. Whoa! Whoa! Wait, that's neat. Look at this. So this is a side, so you can see there's like a pseudo seam right here, but this is a singular top piece. Here is the bottom or mid piece, and then here is the like actual bottom weight. And you can see it's like segmented right here. And then it's interesting that they opted to go with this blue weight instead of like either like another silver. So you kind of see this like two-tone with the silver and this like blue. What did you call this? Like not cobalt. I'd have to think of the name, but it's a very interesting side. You kind of have this side where it's, you know, completely straight, pseudo seam, but then you have this part that's diagonal. Kind of looks like scales almost, right? This costs $109 starting. $109 starting. But yeah, pretty interesting. And also going back to like the top part, there's no like sharp corners, right? But then you see the contrast right here. So no sharp corners here, but then as you look at the side right here, this is where you have like the more sharp edges. So not only do you see like the dual color contrast, but then you also see the corner versus or rounded versus sharp contrast as well. Whoa, here's the back. That's a pretty cool weight. So looking on the back, you see the mid piece, the weight, and then the weight accent right here. There is a film piece right here that you can take off. Oh god. Whoa. So this is a fingerprint magnet, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, here I am. Hello. Yes, it is very pretty. So you see the branding right here, DR Works or Doctor Works, right? Very subtle. Here you have this accent weight, so you have like the circle and then the ripple effect. You have 4 feet. They are adhesive, right? This starts at $109. But that's without, you have to buy the you have to buy the plate and stuff. So just for the case and the PCB starts at 109, right? Yeah, you have the 4 feet. What else do we notice? But here you can see there's kind of 3 things going on, right? So you have the weight finish, you have this nice blue or teal, and then you see the silver case. And then here you can see the top case goes over the mid piece or bottom piece. And then one thing to note is this does use ball catch, so you're not going to see any screws. So pretty clean back. Okay. And then right here, you have the USB port side. So centered USB port, right? And then here is another branding Polygon. Very subtle. It's also in script, so it's pretty. It's pretty. Is it heavy? Not so much. Yeah, centered USB port. And then here is the front lip, right? So you don't see the two-toned here, but you do see it right here. Kilo, what are you doing? Hold on. My girl is like trying to get to the switch bag. She's like trying to open the drawer. Hold on. Girl. Come here, girl. Holy shit. Look what she did. Why are cats so destructive sometimes? Holy. Yeah, so we started giving our cats like primarily wet food, and I swear it's making them go feral. It's like they want their wet food. If they don't get their wet food, they're mad. They're like, it's like iPad babies, you know? They don't get their iPads, they throw a fucking fit. It's like that. Like she is just, give me wet food! Oh, Zombie Hedgehog, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hello. Hello, everyone. It's not Fancy Feast, is it? No. Um, it's like the special, what is it? It's like the prescription one. Hello, Raiders. Hello. My name's Patty. I build and review keyboards, and today we are building and reviewing this one. I don't know, it's like the Hills prescription one. Yeah, because one of our male cats had a, he had, blockage. He actually almost died. He had like the crystals in his urine, and we had to just swap him to like primarily wet food. Yeah, normally we mix it, but the prescription food that we buy is sold out. So we're waiting for that to come back into stock. So right now they've only been primarily getting wet food until we can get the prescription dry food. But then once we do, we actually normally mix it. But they've just been in love with the wet food. I don't remember. Basically, there was like tiny crystals that were blocking because sometimes cats don't. So essentially, imagine like kidney stones, but for cats. I mean, it's not quite like that, but you know, it's just it happens whenever they don't drink enough water. They don't have like enough water in their like diet. Um, yeah. My male cat. I only have one male cat, two female cats. He needs it, so we're just waiting for that to come back. Yeah. I don't know. I understood what you're saying, but okay, so let's look at the accessory box. They're about to go crazy. They know the sound of the cans opening. Yeah, we have a fountain, but Cosmo is a Persian cat, so he's like, he's smart, but you know, he's not like entirely there. And I think he just forgets to drink water. Oh god, you can hear them. I'm telling you, they're going feral over this wet food. Okay. So let's see. I got the 3-plate combo, and you guys can get that too on the website. I got the foam kit. Have a good stream. Thank you. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Can I get a shout out? Do I have a mod here? Mods? They might all be busy because there's a SF meetup. Yeah, I have 3 cats and 1 dog. I have Miso, Kilo, Cosmo, and then I have Ginkgo, my dog. I don't have any mods here right now. They're all busy at meetups. I feel like, so I'm Oh yeah, I don't have a keyboard, that's why. What do we call it? Texas vendors are like flopping one by one. I feel like Texas just doesn't have a good rep right now in terms of keyboard space. But it's funny because a lot of keyboard streamers are also in Texas. Let's see, I have the 1.2 and the 1.6. I'm a bit biased. I primarily prefer 1.6. But since I drank tea, this is gonna be a long stream, so I mean, I didn't say all Texas vendors. I'm just saying a lot of Texas vendors. Yeah, who wants temporary mod? Is there anyone I trust in chat? Wait, I saw Kim typing. Isn't Kim streaming right now? Well, Kim. Okay, so these are adhesive. So the difference is the thickness. It is feeling, it can be sound, but 1.6 and 1.2 just talks about like the PCB thickness. 1.2 is going to be quote unquote more flexy as well because it is thinner. But yeah. Oh god. No. It depends. If you do 1.2 and you add a lot of flex cuts, that's what some people say can be more dead. They have a red note. I created my account. I have my username reserved as well, but I'm gonna throw my hat into the trust circle. Did you come from the raid? For those who came from the raid, how did Zombie Hedgehog find me? Um, I'm always a little curious, but okay, we have all 3 plates. Ooh. Oh, look at this. So the side macro keys do have little plates, little biscuits. So this one, you can actually buy the individual plates or you can buy all 3 plates, right? I see. What does he do? Zombie Hedgehog sounds like... Wait, let me guess. Zombie Hedgehog. If I had to guess, he does either 3D printing or crochet. Zombie Hedgehog doesn't really sound like a model builder. 3D printing. Okay, nice. Yeah. Okay. He's a wonderful streamer. Dang. Well, I'll have to check out his stream. I go back and forth between makers and crafting and just chatting. Because I think makers and crafting is better like if you're trying to hit like the right audience, but just chatting is better if you're trying to broadcast to like a broader audience. So I actually go back and forth. Like I'll start in makers and crafting just to get like the right people in, and then I'll swap to just chatting once like the numbers is up so that more people will see my content and be like, oh. So I haven't swapped over yet. So I'm usually in both. I mod for a bunch of gamers and watch Patty to feel normal. What? Thank you for the follow. Dude, how's your ceramics class going? It's going good. I go back tomorrow. He does a lot of just chatting about 3D printing. Dang. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Well, if you guys have any questions about custom keyboards, feel free to ask. As for my like credentials, I've built over 400 keyboards at this point. Yeah. Not good. Okay, let's see. So here is the Alu plate, right? So you can see the tabs for top mount. 4 on the top, 4 on the bottom. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The mounting points are not symmetrical, so you can see they have avoided the spacebar here. And they're more evenly spaced up here, but right here you can see that they have avoided this area, right? No flex cuts. I'm guessing this little tab is for like a battery, but no flex cuts on either the mounting or on the plate. And then for the macro, for the side keys, you have these little, these remind me of like biscuits for some reason. But yeah, you have just like these little 2 side pieces. Looks like the orientation doesn't quite matter. It's the same on the back and front. Yeah, because there's these like Japanese biscuits that I ate that were like 3 like this. And so that's why they remind me of that. Yeah. But we have the Alu plate, we have the FR4 plate. Looks like same thing, no flex cuts. And then we have a PP plate. So for those who are like, did she just say PP? I did. It stands for polypropylene. It's a type of material. It's very soft. It's similar to like palm. But yeah, polypropylene, aka PP. So for those who are not familiar with keyboards, it's very they're a bit, what's that? There are phrases or terms that sound very suggestive. So for example, like lubing or, you know, plug the back. But it's all, you know, it's all not just sussy. How are the macro covers secured? That's a good question. That's a good question. So looks like I think it's just friction fit. Like there's no screws to really keep it in place. But let me double check. Let me look at the PCB and the plate and we'll figure out how that fits in. Yeah, we'll see how that works. Normally I will like review boards before, but this time I'm going in blind because I got this like 2 days ago. So everything I'm seeing for the first time, you guys are seeing for the first time maybe. I'm in the same boat as you guys. Okay, so I'm gonna open both of these just so we can see, but I do have both PCBs. I have a question. Would you guys rather see one PCB with all the plates, or would you rather see both PCBs with one plate? Frank, I need you to give a shout out to someone. Zombie Hedgehog, they rated me. Also, thanks for all the followers. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the raid. So you guys would rather see all the plates? Okay. Thanks for the follow. Oh, if you follow, you guys have cute emotes. Enjoy your follower emotes. If you sub, you have a bajillion emotes. Okay, so let's look at this. They're all based off of the Wii. Right. I didn't do a breakdown of the case, but I'll do that afterwards. Sorry, Interloper, it's a little out of order. I'm talking to my editor as once he edits this, but anyways. Alright, so here is the PCB. So this is the 1.6, no flex cuts. However, there are relief cuts on these PCB mounting tabs. So for this board, you can either top mount through the plate or you can PCB mount through the PCB. There's no RGB, but there are indicator keys. So you can see like there are like LEDs right here, right? But yeah, no per key, also no underglow. But it's kind of interesting that they've opted to add these like relief cuts right here for this. So what that means is they could have kept this just like one solid piece, but they've opted to add this gap right here. This looks like no physical reset button. It looks like it's supposed to be right here, but there's not anything right here, right? But yeah. So looking at this hot swap, you can split the backspace, you can do step to regular caps. Here's the switch, I'm guessing for like wireless. Split the left shift. You have two choices of bottom row, looks like 6.25U or 7U. Looks like ISO UNC support. So you do have a couple different options when it comes to layout for the hot swap. But yeah. So this is the 1.6. And looks like for the PCB options, you have, there is a soldered one. So you have, they're all tri-mode, apparently. Two hot swaps, one is 1.2 with flex cuts, one is 1.6, no flex cuts. And then you have a 1.6 that is solder flex cut, right? Oh, really? That's so weird. The ads are just... I remember vaguely seeing someone talk about, like, a lot of Twitch investors, like, backed out, like, advertising backed out due to, like, the nature of some streamers, because it's... ads are, like, indiscriminate when it comes to, like, you know, what plays on which channels. It's usually based off, like, the ads are catered either to like your region, but they're saying a lot of like advertisers pulled out because, you know, you have like really suspicious people streaming and advertisers don't want that listed with or associated with them, you know. I got my ad block works again, surprisingly. Oh. Looks like whenever you open these, they do have the PCB gaskets inside of these cases. Whenever you guys are building, they're inside here, as you can see. Yes, on Twitch. Ads have been borking my streams lately. Damn. With as many computers I've built, keyboard builds are completely foreign to me. It's a lot, but it's like same with PCs. It's like once you've built a lot, then it's kind of like easy. My ad block works again, surprisingly. Like, it was just recent. Like this most recent update, it works. I mean, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Do you still have 400 keyboards? No, so it's weird. I get sent keyboards by designers or vendors, and sometimes I get to keep them, sometimes I have to send them back. And a lot of keyboards that I've built has also been for clients, so I built them and then I send it back to them. I'm not sure what keys you're putting into this build. How much would the average build cost? Oh, if you're building like custom, I'd say it ranges from like 300 or 200 on the like super low end upwards of to like 700. It really depends because sometimes a case alone could go for like $400. And then you also have to count for switches, stabilizers, keycaps, and then like a cable if it doesn't come with it. So all of it can add up. And like the bigger keyboard you get, usually the more expensive it is because then you need more stabilizers, you need more switches. Some keycaps can go upwards of $180 just right there. It's not as common these days, but back then it was very common for people to spend like 150 plus on keycaps. Switches is the one thing that's kind of always remained semi same-ish. Same with like stabilizers, but yeah, I'd say average cost, at least like if you're trying to build like a full custom, I'd say like a smaller range would be like 400 to 500, but it can range from like 200 to like 1,000 even, right? Yeah, so this is the 1.2 millimeter PCB. So you can see there are flex cuts. So flex cuts meaning like you see these gaps in the PCB. Some say the flex cuts they affect like the sound or how it feels. I'd say it's closer to how it feels because the idea is with the thinner PCB, it's going to be more flexy, right? Because it's thinner. So you can see like the 1.6 is a little bit harder to bend, right? And on top of this already being like so thin, they also added flex cuts, so it makes it even more flexy or bouncy, right? I'm personally not a fan of like a lot of flex cuts. It's just like my personal preference, but whenever you see 1.6 and 1.2, just know it's the thickness of the PCB, and typically 1.2 is going to be more flexy. Which plates? I got all three. Mode is very nice. Mode is a good company. But yeah, so you can see the flex cut, same indicator spots, same layouts, and then it also still has, you know, these cuts right here. Oh, Boomer the Prime! Hey, call me Tweety Bird. Hello, Tweety Bird. Writers versus gamers. It just depends. Like, for example, like if you tend to like type really heavy, right? You could prefer a more flexi board because then it's not like as harsh as a feedback, right? So there's a lot of things to take into consideration, especially when it comes to like mounting or flex cuts. So for example, if you tend to be like more heavy-handed when it comes to typing, and if you get like exhaustion, that, you know, using like gasket mounted or using something with flex cuts can kind of absorb a lot of that, so you're not as tired. So those are just some things to like consider. Oh yeah, of course. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Thank you to everyone who stopped by, chatting to me. I normally do stream this late, but I don't normally start this late. But I went and ate barbecue today, came back in food coma mode for a few hours, so here I am, in all my shame. My Discord is just like, oh, she fell asleep. Oh, she's not streaming. But I did manage to wake up from the barbecue food coma, and we're doing the review stream, so. Oh, Trey Pop, you want to see the barbecue? Holy. Am I saying warm enough? I am. I'm also not ready for it. Foam kit, I don't really think we need to talk about the foam kit, but yeah. I like cold weather, but I also don't like it, so we'll see. Let me close my window, actually. I am getting a little bit cold, now that you mention it. I know, it was so good. Oh man. We had summer in Australia right now, huh? Okay, so I forgot to do this. But we're gonna look at the we're gonna deconstruct the case. I just completely forgot. It's a local place. It's called Barb's Barbecue. Well, not local to me, local in Texas, but it's about an hour drive away from me. It's called Barb's Barbecue, and it's a female-owned establishment, and it was so good. So good. It's like a Mexican, I don't want to say fusion because it's not quite fusion, but it has like Mexican themed, sides and sauces and desserts. I mean, it's still barbecue, at the heart of it all, but it was really good. Whew, it was so good. Yeah, it was in Lockhart. Yeah. So good. Okay, so let's deconstruct this. So this is ball catch, right? So, oh my goodness. You're in Michigan too? Although we have one person in Michigan always complaining about Michigan, but then also tells us to come visit him in Michigan. Okay, so it's 2.5 hours away. Yo, it was good. It was good. If you're that far away, I actually recommend pre-ordering it so things aren't sold out by the time you get there. All right, so here is the top piece. So right off the bat, there's a lot of things going on, but here you can see these like silicone inserts. There's 4 of them, and this acts as like a force break or like a cushion because with ball catch, it's metal on metal. So they've added these force breaks to prevent like that rattle and also like the case ping. It's interesting they only added it here and not like on these corners, but they probably didn't add that due to, these pieces having it, these 2 macro pieces having it. But yeah, so you see the 4 right here. These cutouts, I'm assuming, are for the, let me grab the plate. Okay, so these cutouts right here are for the top mounts. Oh, yeah. I mean, you can tell by the screw holes. And then these little grooves right here are for the PCB, if I am assuming correctly. So let's see. So we'll take the PCB and just like put it in. Just see it real quick. Yeah, they are. So here you can see, these little grooves right here are for the PCB mount. So once again, top mount for the plate, PCB mount for the gaskets. This is the ball catch right here. This is the force break. And then it kind of breaks down so you can see like the rest of the board. Here, these are the buttons for the left and the right side. So the button, there is a piece of foam right here that is adhesive, but you can see it's held on by 2 screws right there. And you don't have to worry about this since it is adhesive, but I'm guessing they did this to kind of cushion it, right? Which mount are we doing first? I'm not sure. Here, you can see this is for the macro side. I'm guessing this foam is also to help cushion the PCB, because if you look at this PCB, the side PCB, which is held on by ribbon cables, but doesn't affect it whenever you open it, so that's good. So this side PCB will actually label it, so left and right, but it's a 3 key, and then here you can see the button. And then these actually have like the gasket mounts on the PCB. So you have 2 on the top, 4 on the bottom. Looks like orientation does matter, right? These gaskets are actually not uniform. So you can see a flat top and then you can see the nipple top. So the flat piece goes up and then the nipple piece goes down. But you can see this part fits in like this, like so, like that. And you can see that the cases actually has these mini grooves to accommodate for the gaskets. So you can see like right there, right? Yeah, and then it's still the same on this side. There's actually no points to secure the plate, so I'm guessing it's kind of like it's relying on the gaskets to keep the PCB in place. And then once you have that in place, then the plate should technically also stay in place once you have like the switches in. So that was like a concern of your guys's. Okay. But then looking at the bottom case, right? Oh, I'm gonna take this off so it's not like flinging around. So ribbon cables haven't been removed completely, but it's okay because it doesn't actually affect it whenever you like take off the case. But here is like the bottom or mid piece, right? So you see the magnetic connectors. Here it has like the foam. Oh, sorry. The foam added. And then, you know, earlier I was like, it's weird that they only have the force brake on the middle, but they've actually added it on the bottom case instead for the sides, right? So that is good to see, right? Because they only have the 4 right here, and then the sides are kind of missing, but you can see they added one right here and one right here. But yeah, there they are, right? So this is to accommodate, I'm guessing, for PCB. And then these screws, I'm guessing, are for this weight back here. And so are these, right? So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. You'd see the 5 screws, and I'm guessing it's for this piece. And then once you take that off, I'm assuming there's like more screws for this one. But these ball catch mechanisms, they also have screws, so you can remove them. I'm guessing if anything, you know, were to ever happen. But you do see the magnetic connector. This does have tri-mode, which means there is a battery compartment, and I'm guessing that's in this piece as well. I mean, I can take it apart so we can look at it, just to like confirm. Oh, that's too small. It's better. Okay. Oop. They should say the weight is stainless steel PVD. The case is alu. A lot of work I have to do after the stream too. I feel like sometimes it's hard to get back into the groove of things, especially after you take a break. I mean, I guess it depends. Some people like feel rejuvenated after and they're able to like push through. But for me, like after taking my break, it's been a little hard to like get back into like the workflow. And it feels kind of bad because like I have a lot of stuff I need to do content for. But it's also a good thing because, you know, I'm lucky that I have like the content flowing in, so I need to jayo and basically add oil and keep working, get back into the flow. Yeah, so to take this off, it's 2, 4, 5, and then boop. So earlier I was saying this is like the bottom piece or the mid piece, and what I meant by that is, you know, it's like a tray, but you can see this is still technically the bottom, right here. And then here, this is where you can see the insides of the board, right? So you have this large data board with the pogo pins. You have the battery compartments. You have these large ribbon cables, but these shouldn't be affected as long as you don't ever take it apart. And looks like for the back weight, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screws as well, but I'm not going to take that apart. So in case you guys were wondering, the battery compartment is in this blue weight, right? It's not like in the mid piece, so it's all right here. But yeah, so I would say if you're gonna take this apart, the most important thing is just to remember to like put the ribbon cables back in here. Aren't ribbon cables normally used for visuals? What do you mean? I don't think so. Ribbon cables are used because it's like cheap. um, Visually, I don't ever see ribbon cables, but I guess it depends, like, what do you mean, like, visually? Ribbon cables are typically used because it takes up less space than, say, like, wires, and because it's, like, flat. I'm assuming it's quote-unquote cheaper as well, but for some boards, using ribbon cables is, like, detrimental. Oh, I see. I see. That's what you mean. No, it's just a different connector type, right? So input, yes. I thought you meant like for like looks, but you meant for like display visual. I see what you mean. Yeah. No, so the ribbon cables and keyboards are used, you know, to either attach like separate PCBs to each other, for screens as well. This is sold up? It hasn't started yet. Yeah, since I'm reviewing the unit, I'm doing a pre-stream, so you guys can kind of know what you want to buy before you buy it, but it hasn't gone live yet, yes. So you're good. So typically, you know, vendors will ask us to do streams like before it comes out, just so people can like hype it up and like anticipate it. So that's why. It just hasn't come out yet. Yeah. Yeah, this one is using basically for, you know, the different PCBs. And it's also a lot easier to use than like wires, right? But there are ribbon cables that are connected to screens, yes. No, so the boards on my website, it's a little weird because like I build custom keyboards, but I don't sell them individually like that. The ones on my website is just like a showcase of the ones that I have built. And I've listed like the parts, so like if anyone's interested, they can like purchase it themselves, or if it's like inspiration. I don't, since it's custom, right? I don't normally like go out and like buy parts, build it, and then sell on my website. It's typically a more bespoke experience in the sense of like people will come to me, they'll say, hey, I'm looking for this, and then we'll work together to like find the pieces to build something for them. But if people come to me and they're like, I want you to build me this one from your website, sometimes I can, but actually most of the time I can't because those are either no longer available, or if they are available, you might be paying a lot for it because keyboards are not like an unlimited thing, and it's also not easy to purchase, as easy to purchase as like mass produced cases. So it's more of like a showcase. So you guys can see like some inspo or some of the things I've built. There's a lot of FOMO, yeah. But that's why like it can be a lot to get into, which scares a lot of people, you know? And plus you're spending so much money that sometimes it's a little scary, you know, like you're spending like what, $300-500 on something that you may not even like. That's a scary thought. And since it's like custom, You might not even, like, usually you're not even able to return it. Like, you could resell it, but that's like, you know, what the... So I get it. It's a lot to get into. It's definitely not for everyone. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, like, the keyboard hobby is so like heavily preference based that, you know, what some creators might like, you might hate. And I feel bad because, like, you know, you watch these creators, you watch these YouTube videos, and they're like, this is the best board, you know? And then you get it, and you're like, well, this kind of sucks. Oh, so it's kind of neat. The magnetic, like, holds it in place. I used to watch these TikToks. Look, man. I kind of, sometimes I feel like from a monetary standpoint, I fucked up because building customs is like so lucrative. Whereas like, if I just used affiliate marketing and like sold you guys like cheapo pre-builds for $50, yeah. I mean, and now TikTok's gone, so don't worry. We're just gonna shift to YouTube. I don't want to pivot. I don't want to. Okay, but yeah. Also, they sent me out some switches, so we'll check those out. But as for what else is in the accessory box, we have... Oh! We have more foams in case it comes off. These are for the top mount. This is for the wireless. I have one. I have it. I have it. Alright guys, follow me on it. Look. I'm already here. I'm already here. That's a me. That's a me, Xing Xing Wang. Is there a compartment for the dongle? Not that I saw. No. You guys, I decided this year I would start posting on my personal TikTok, and I have been, and then TikTok got banned. So now I'm like discouraged. But I was doing like stupid trends. I wonder if I can still access TikTok. Let's see. I can. Like, look at this, like, so I have like a personal one that I just like started posting on, but look at this. This is like a cool or warm tone, you know? Couldn't play video? Okay, it's Jovi. Never mind. Never mind. Sorry. You either saw it or you didn't. Yeah. Unfortunate. Alright. So they sent me these Lumnikey astral switches. I love this box. I'm a sucker for anything like astral, celestial, stellar, moon inspired. I'm one of those girlies. Sorry. Cringe, but I love them. Oh, these are nice. They're like sparkly. They're sparkly. These are linear, from what I can tell. So, Lumnikey Astral Switch, operating force 45 plus or minus 5, travel force 50 plus or minus 5. Nice. So, we're gonna use these today. Out of box, pretty smooth. Oh, you know what? They might be. They might be. They're very nice. Look at this. I could use this as like a chocolate mold or chocolate bar. Anyways, sorry. They do look the same, yeah. It's kind of ringing a bell. Kiwi! Hello. What's my favorite board? Bear 65 by Jackie. It's my daily driver for the last like 2.5 years. Maybe close to 3. I also have these like Keygeek ones. These are not as bad. Okay, we can do a vote. These are Keygeek. These are quote-unquote geek sound. I'm doing good. I went to Lockhart today to eat barbecue. I don't know if you've been. It's called Barb's. Very tasty. And I came home in food coma, and now we're reviewing a board. So tonight I am a Australian streamer time zone. No longer NA. I'm AUS. Who's an AUS? Right, meow. AUS meaning Australia. Oh, barbecue is good. Yeah, so Barb's is in Lockhart, and it's a woman-owned restaurant, and it has like it's like Mexican fusion barbecue, but I'd say it's more like Mexican flavors, right? Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna hit on her, but she was there cutting the meats, and she was like so pretty, and she had like such a nice voice, and she was just like casually talking to me, and I was just like falling in love with her. And I don't know, look up Barb's Barbecue Lockhart. Like, she's girl boss. I couldn't, I was like blushing when I was talking to her, like like I felt a little shy. I mean, sometimes you have those moments where you talk to women and you're like, God, I love women, you know? Anyone else ever feel like that? Yeah, I definitely felt that way with her. Yeah. Okay. Let me post this on social media. I'm on the Insta. Let me find it. Yeah, she was like cutting the meat. She was like all like, because you know, like barbecue has like a lot of like oil, so she had like oil, so she was like glistening. And she had her bandana on, and she was like smiling. I was like, oh my god. I'm feeling some kind of things right now. Let me find it. And she happens to have a weird obsession with Sonic the Hedgehog. For some reason. So this is her. This is the owner. Right here. Like she had dimples, like it was I don't know how to explain it. See right here. She is she's this one right here. She's so cool. So cool. Sorry. Wait, I need to post on social media. Sorry, I got distracted. Yeah. You know what the craziest thing about the TikTok ban is? how did the Congress, the House, the Senate, the White House, how did they all unanimously come together to ban TikTok, but they can't come together for like social issues? Like, what the fuck is wrong with the US? God damn it. Anyways, sorry. Like, how can we unanimously pass this, but we can't do that for other stuff, you know? But I have a keyboard question. Yes. What is it? What's up? Daring run. Oh, shoot. Am I? Oh, I'm not online on Discord either. Kim, thank you for the raid. Hello. How's your Milmex stream? Oh! Hello. I clicked the wrong thing. Hello. But here's the thing, is like, didn't they say they just wanted TikTok to sell the ownership? And then they wouldn't be banned? But they didn't want to. I get it, you know. Yeah, no. Fuck that. Gasket keyboard is the mounting points, right? So it basically means that it uses these like gaskets or these like silicone cushions to mount the keyboard in the case. I don't know. I know some people are like blaming TikTok. They're like, why didn't you just sell? And it's like, fuck that. Would you sell to the US government? We don't negotiate with terrorists. Like, what the frick? I wouldn't either. I mean, Instagram has reels, YouTube has shorts, but it's just not the same. You know, it's just not the same. Yeah, so um gasket mounting, gasket mounted also affects like how it can affect how it sounds, how it feels. And yeah, that coupled with switches, but I'd say when it comes to gasket mounting, it's typically how it feels that makes like the biggest difference. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a little crazy to me. Of course. I prefer gasket mounted keyboards because it's a softer typing experience, but you know, I have very delicate fingers. I've allocated my stats somewhere else, you know, so these are a little weak, which is why gasket mounted boards feel so much better to me. You know what social media platform I've really enjoyed is I like Blue Sky. Oh. I went to this like horror bookstore today and I made this joke where I was like, well, my cousin was like, I don't read. She's like, I'm illiterate. And I was like, I can only read if there's like pictures, right? And um I've regressed into that age again. But anyways, and there's this book that I saw that was like a comic book, and I was like, oh, I could read this. And my cousin was like, that is a very fucked up book. Like this one, Beautiful Darkness. It's the artwork is like beautiful, but she was like telling me about it, and she was like, that is a fucked up book. So like the premise is essentially it's these like little critters that have spawned in like the body of a dead girl. And as she's like decomposing, they start to like venture out into the world. But the real world is very brutal, especially as like a tiny person. And so it's like Happy Tree Friends, but like nature and these little people. It's And she's like, that's fucked up. It's a fucked up. But it's really pretty. I was like, oh, I see. Cause I was like, why is this in the horror bookstore? And then she explained it to me. I was like, oh, I see. Oh, I get it. Oh, what is this? Polygon-7. Twitch.tv. Wait. Yeah, okay, yeah. Polygon-7? Yes, Polygon-7. Like, I still have Twitter, but I've stopped using Twitter for the most part, other than like posting my stuff, like going live. I've never really been good at like posting what I'm doing on the daily. Your bot? Oh. Yes, I can change that. It's just Xing Xing Wang. I'm Xing Xing Wang everywhere. If that helps. Just Xing Xing Wang everywhere. I've made it easy for you guys. Polygon-7? Hi, Soy. Elvin, can you edit my... Oh, actually, I think I can do it. I think I can do it. Where's my blue sky? Also, so many of you are like up late. Good morning. Or is this just like a better time for me to stream for you guys? Oh, I don't have my blue sky added. Homework? Homework, kid? Have you been? Miss you, bud. I'm doing a pop-up. You flying out? I am an OCE streamer. Yo, someone post blue sky. I don't have a keyboard. Someone post blue sky. I'm hosting a keyboard matcha pop-up at the end of February next month in Austin. Thank Thank you. Okay. I know. I know. I'm just saying, you know, roll up if you're free. I'm giving you a month's notice. Then I'm doing it at the end. I'm changing it. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, I need someone to now type out blue sky for me. Thank you. With the power of teamwork, we have somehow... Okay, do exclamation point social. It should work now. Yeah, for the pop-up, yes. Huzzah, we did it. That's correct, right? I got rid of TikTok. It's over. That works. I do have one. I do have it. I just haven't posted yet. I know, my personal TikTok. It's just Xing Xing Wang. It's all Xing Xing Wang. He's acting... No, it's like the 20... No, it's the 23rd. Last week. 23rd. Okay, stabilizers. I've yapped for too long. So, we all decided on one PCB, 3 plates. Wow, I think you're my first follower. 谢谢 Elvin. 第一个 follower. Wahoo! Okay, only for Elvin. Let's see. Yeah, let's do it. Is it lit there? Yeah, it's pretty good, I suppose. Dude, Frank. What? Trash? Okay, trash. Yo. I know how to convince you guys to come to Austin. You can meet Ginkert. Ginkgo. The stinky baby. The infamous Shiba Inu. Let's see, which layout, quote-unquote, looks prettier? The 6.25 or the 7U? I actually think 6.25U looks better. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. What if I flew in and flew out the same day? Do it. What a good place for clacky or higher sound? Probably something that has like more reverb. I'd say like Alu. February 23rd. It's gonna be a Sunday. Yeah. Wait, that's perfect. That's perfect. Wait. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, has my music not been playing? It has been. I don't always have my IEMs in or my headphones in when I'm streaming. I don't know if anyone else has run into this issue, but sometimes with IEMs, like when I have them in, I can like hear myself echo because it's like my inner ear. Um, I see a lot of creators using TX or Direct. You might go over the characteristics. Yeah, so TX is a clip-in, but I think they have screw-ins now, but it's basically a clip-in stabilizer. Clip-in meaning that there are no screws, you literally just like clip it into the PCB. And then Directs are, those are like the screw-ins, so you need like the screws in the back. When it comes to stabilizer, the biggest thing to consider is just like ease of tuning. So stabilizer tick is a epidemic, right? And so when people are coming out with stabilizers, the most important thing is to figure out like how to not get the stabilizer tick and make it easier to, you know, either on the spot just like have no tick or make it easier to like tune if you know how to do that. So the reason why people like TX is because out of box it's shouldn't have issues, right? Directs. So what, as it comes down to it, if you know how to tune, all stabilizers are essentially the same, because as long as you can tune, you can fix them, you don't have to worry about it. But if you don't have that experience or you don't want to go through that ordeal, then TX is really good for that. Some people say like Type Plus stabs are also nice, night stabs, maze stabs, or stupid stabs. But the only reason people use Durox is, you know, it's cheap. They know how to tune, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, Type Plus is a whole different beast. Type Plus, when it comes to assembly, is different from everything else. And so you have to think about how it clips into or how it's installed onto the PCB. Some people don't like clip-ins because they say, you know, there's nothing like to secure it. So, or there's like, it's not as secure as like screw-in stabs. So that's like a preference. But yeah, the biggest thing is to look up like how easy it is, like, or how good it sounds, quote unquote, outside of the box. But I'd say like right now people like Night Stabs, Type Plus, and yeah, the AP. And I'd also say the May stupid stabs too. Yeah, I mean, cherry clip-ins are going to be the cheapest, and you do have to like clip them, like the extra legs. But if you know how to tune a stabilizer, they're actually all the same in that regard. Type Plus is different though. That assembles way different from like a normal stabilizer. Has a bit of a learning curve, but once you kind of get it, it's not too bad. But yeah. Mm-hmm. So I personally don't use padding. I don't think there's a need for it as long as you tune it. But for PCBs it does matter because you have to buy specific stabs for the PCB because there might be a gap. So that's where people will add like the shims, you know, to like prop it up so there's not like that awkward gap. But then for the clip in, there are like tiny shims that you can put into this clip right here, right? To prevent it from moving. But the issue with clip in sometimes is it gets like loose or it can be loose, so that's why people don't like it. You don't have to use padding, but if you don't have any experience with like tuning, padding can help with that. So right now, I'm tuning these, making sure that the wire is straight. I don't know if you can see this going up and down, but it's making a ticking sound. so I need to straighten it. So I have these tools right here, right? Yeah, and I'll try and straighten these until I get no ticking. So this is a steel jeweler's block, so it's a flat surface. You can use your phone as well. But see, there's still... The reason why people don't like wire tuning is because you can make it worse. Oh, wait, have you seen my reel? Can someone... do I have a mod? Can someone link my stabilizer tuning reel? That one is a more, like, in-depth... It's on YouTube. It's a more in-depth of, like, how to, like, tune stabilizers. No, not the owl stabs, the actual tuning video. Do you buy from Cafage? There's no command yet. Oh, you just found my Twitch channel? No, you're good. Let me see if I can find it. I can probably find it. I have a stab tuning short that I made. Dude, John is my good friend. Oh, is that it? Thank you, Laz. Yeah, that's kind of like... Oh, Laz linked it, so that's, Oh my god, I'm trying to get used to calling Objective Laz, and it's still like... I know! I'm trying! I'm trying. But it feels so weird. I know I don't have to, but... Oh, thank you. Oh, sorry if that's loud. Okay, yeah. Because I have no space. Plus, I don't want to put a keyboard to take away from this keyboard, you know? Trying to keep all the attention onto this one. I actually have a huge desk. I have space, but you just don't see it. Did Interloper? No, so I actually edit all my reels myself. I film and edit them all myself. Interloper does my VOD edits, but everything else is all me. Why? Oh my god, last objective's about to be like, this video sucks. I'm gonna tell Interloper. No, I did that. I mean, when you spend hundreds on artisans, why wouldn't I display them? The shots are really good, thank you. When I try, I can do it, but I'm telling you guys, I am a huge potato. Like, I'm so lazy. Like, if I put my mind to it, I can do it, but... Oh god, like, you guys don't even want to see the file names for those. There's probably, like, 15 files for that. Like, it's not good. I spent a very long time on that. Okay. Oh yeah, how was the meetup? There's so many meetups. There's like the NorCal, there's the New York, there's the Chicago. So many meetups today. How was that? Yeah, I went to Australia this year, and I was only able to fly out because of FH. Okay, look. It was NC's decision to just give you the whole bag rather than throw away the trash, okay? I didn't have any other bags, alright? I went to Sydney. I was there at Actuated, the big meetup. I don't know if you went, but I was there. It was pretty fun. I think all the places I've gone to outside of the US, Australia has actually been my favorite. I went when it was a little cold though. Not too bad though. Yeah, I think next time I'll go to Melbourne or Melbourne, but this time I only went to Sydney. But I was also like tired from traveling. That week was, those like 2 to 3 weeks was like pretty intense because I had I went to TwitchCon and I didn't even fly back home from TwitchCon. I immediately went to Australia. Like I flew out from California directly. Um so it was like a lot of traveling cuz I'm based in Texas. Um yeah, so I went for like a weekish to San Diego. And then from there I flew out. It was like a 16-hour flight. But luckily not a lot of people on the plane, so I had like entire row to myself. It was nice. Yeah. But having like the entire row means you can lay down, so you can kind of like emulate sleeping laying down rather than like upright. And I actually had a normal sleeping schedule when I was in Australia. Because as you can see, my sleep schedule in the States is like god awful, but in Australia is actually normal. Oh, really? I did 9 hours Vietnam. Yeah. I mean, I watched a lot of movies. I think one of the nicest things about going to Australia, though, is that even though you guys have the accents, at least I can still understand it, you know? Like, going to Japan was fun, but, like, the language barrier, not too bad because I already know, like, a little bit. But, you know, just having, like, that language barrier can be somewhat difficult sometimes. Um, But I did hear, because my aunt went to Australia like many years ago, and she was like, she hated it because they were like super racist. But you know, the people there now tell me like, oh, it's gotten like a lot better. But um, Fortunately, I didn't experience any of that. I think the only time I've traveled and like actually been scared was when I was in New York. That's in the States, right? So a bit different. But I had Pressy. Pressy protected me. So I was good. Yeah, I mean, okay, there was only one time that I like high key just like did not know what the fuck they were saying. Okay, there's only one time, and it's when Ant was asking me if I liked fur, and I was like, animal fur? He's like, no, fur. He was saying pho, okay, and that was like the only time I was like, I don't know what you're asking me right now. Like that was the only time that the accent like threw me off, and I was like, why are you asking me if I like fur? He's like, no, not fur, like fur, and I was like, uh, until someone was like, fur, and I was like, oh, I see what you're saying now. He's like, yeah, fur. So, okay, I get it. That's the only time I was like confused, but every other time like it wasn't bad. I don't think I would have ever came to the conclusion of fuff and fur. Yeah, exactly. I don't think anyone would have, but it's just like, like a bowl of fur. And then wasn't until like Gordon was like, he means pho. It's like, oh, I get it. I make people spell things I don't understand. I guess it's his accent. I guess it's just his accent. I don't know. I mean, it kind of makes sense, like how you could say how pho could transition into like fur, right? So I mean, everything else though, easy. Oh, rate my maple fit. Which one? Oh, the pink one, not the red one. Why does your scythe look like that? That doesn't seem very efficient as a weapon. Why are you Mama-san? Oh, I see. It's not bad. You look like a little kid with a big ass scythe. Oh, I see. Mason told me that RuneScape is dead. They changed their subscription model at the peak of like this is the most players they've had in like years, and they changed the subscription model, and now everyone's like canceling. That's crazy. Okay. What about this one? That one's cute. I like the pouty mouth. Wait, did you say the meetup was good, Ben? Aside from getting trash, yeah, I did. Where's Instigator? Oh. It's always fun. Yeah, I like meetups. Sometimes I get like a little drained, but I like them. Lots of baked goods this time. Yeah, I'm hoping with my meetup, my cousin's bringing a lot of baked goods too. And I hope it's good. Yeah, I definitely feel that. This is BDZ. Crytox XHT BDZ. It's like toothpaste. My social battery is infinite. Yeah. His is. I'm like sleeping in the car, and Vin's still talking to me. I wake up, I go, uh-huh, and then go back to sleep. Sorry, Vin. I feel like I've met Randy because of the streams, but it's weird because when you watch people online and then you meet them in person and you're just like, wow, I know you kind of, but also not really. But now that I think about it, like, have I actually met Randy in person? It feels like I have, but now that I think about it, like, I don't know if I actually have. Randy, I'm so sorry if we've met and I forgot, but putting toothpaste on your stab wires? As long as there's no sugar that makes it sticky, you're good. You can meet Randy for sure. That'd be lit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry. I was pretty elusive, Keep Life 2023. Yeah, I was. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was hidden there, yes. Oh, I was traveling with Gordon, so it did. And like I didn't go to the after party, and we went to like the observatory instead, which was really fun. Oh, yeah. I started my period that Keep Life, and like Elvin and Zier were like trying so hard to get me to hang out, and I was like, I'm bleeding out of my vagina. I'm not feeling too good. And they're like, oh, okay. But look, I have this picture that's always reminded me. These are my mods who went to Keep Life. I have this picture on my desk. Yeah. I have it right here looking at me. I love my mods. We love you more. Debatable. I think for Vin, that's probably true. For everyone else, they're just like, Patty, you're such a turd. I'm like, okay. Um, he does when he gets excited, but he does have an inside voice. I'm so jealous. Gok, when I go to Taiwan, I want to meet you too. But I'm not as crazy as Nathan. Sorry. I didn't gift you trash. It just happened to be in the same bag. Oh, you want to hear Nathan speaking in all caps? Just call him while he's driving. Gym leader Nathan has like the worst road rage I've ever seen in a person. He's like Jackal and Hyde when he's driving. It's a little scary, but you want to hear him all caps, just have him drive. And I remember we went to TwitchCon together one year, me and Nathan, and he was like, XXW, you cannot fall asleep on me while we're driving. And I was like, please let me sleep in the car. He's like, you cannot. I will never drive you again. I'm like, no. Keep Life 2025 for all these haven't had barbecue with me. We ball. I'm down. Wait, I've had barbecue. Can I go even if I've had barbecue with you before? Is that okay? Maybe. Alright. Let's just do a mod dinner at a steakhouse. Actually, maybe not. I feel like Vin would be very critical. What's one food that Vin eats and always happy? Okay, let's go get popcorn chicken. Okay, you guys want astral or do you want these deep sound? Astral or deep sound? So it's deep? Okay. You guys mind if I just do no foam? Because each of these plates has 2 mountings, so we're gonna do that instead. We love no foam. Yeah? Sorry. Foam's like hit or miss for me. I'm heading out again. Okay, be safe. Yeah, bye-bye, Alvin. Okay, it's a small one. This one. Nai. Where's Nai? Kev? Which Kev? Yeah, good for her. Is it Kev Kobo? That Kev? Or different Kev? Honestly, that probably would have worked. Yeah. Yeah, same Kev. He also announced he's taking a long break from stream. Another one bites the dust. No. Oh, that was nice. I don't know if I've met Cap. One day. You guys are talking about me at the meetup? What the hell? Better have been good things. Talking shit? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Ben was probably so mad he got my trash. Even though it wasn't on purpose. Was that a follow? Thanks for the follow. Summer. What's for Cube Life? Wait, is Vietnam this year? Oh my god, I need to save for Vietnam this year? Okay, I'm saving. Wait, can Lauren go with us? Oh, did you? I didn't see it, sorry. Okay, Vin, the secret to Lauren's heart is that if you always navigate, you take her to the places that she wants to go, and you eat a lot of food, she will like you. Basically, she doesn't like wasting food. And, like, if we want to try stuff, like, don't even bother talking us out of it. And if we do order a lot of stuff, you better help us finish it. You shouldn't be like, I didn't order that. You gotta eat it, you know? Like, that will piss her off. Like, we're going family style. Today we ordered basically everything on the menu because we're like, when are we gonna be back? And that's the kind of orderers we are. So, I know Vin can eat a lot. That's good. And then if Vin starts to be a turd, like, we'll have Linda, so Lauren doesn't even have to say anything. Wait, Linda's going, right? Wait, Vin, did you go to the last Keep Life? 2024? You had your baby, right? Yeah. I'm always sad when I go out to eat with friends and no one eats anything. Yeah, I'm sad when I go out and eat with friends and they're like, let's get our own things. I'm like, why don't we get our own things and then share? Like, everyone orders a dish and we share. Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. Wait, did Linda like her gifts? What the? Bro. Buh. Okay, after I put this last switch in, I need to use the restroom. I'm so sorry. I thought... Okay, I've learned my lesson. It's just we didn't have any other bags on hand. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I need to pee real bad. Yeah. I mean, I I didn't want to go to the after party because it's karaoke. And like, I know people love karaoke, but karaoke is like by far my least favorite activity. Like, it's loud, you know, people are drinking, it's in a small room, and you know, I just don't like karaoke. Yeah. Plus, like, when I find out people are going to like be drinking, it personally scares me in the sense of like, I've been in many situations where like drinking just makes things so bad, especially like people who don't like manage it well. And I don't want to say it like changes my opinion of like a person, but it's more like, you know, it's just a different vibe. I mean, our group would have been fine, true, but it's just I don't want anything to happen for me to see like these people differently, you know? Because also sometimes when drinking's involved, things get like weird, and I didn't want that. And if you're like, well, we're all adults, that wouldn't like happen. But you know, you say that, but I'm sure Vin may or may not remember the like Bolsa party was like, oh my god. um, so it's one of those things where I'm like, oh yeah, Vin did, yes. Yeah, I don't know. It just scares me when drinking is involved, especially as like a non-drinker, you know. Sometimes it's hard to like be responsible. This is not right. The IU keyboard. Is it right? Oh, I guess so. Yep. IU keyboard. Yo, what's up, Holly? How you doing? Okay, so these macro pads don't have a gasket mounting or top mounting of any sort. They're just kind of there. But this reason we're gonna do the top mount. Let's grab it right here. It's the Perry one. Holly has to do Meow Eyes first. Well, Holly actually has to do Horsey first. Why is your timing horrible? Yeah. Yeah, Horsey first and then Meow Eyes. I was actually just thinking the other day, we completely forgot about Bebe's soda poppin' board. I don't know if they ever sent you that file. So PCB mount is actually interesting because it has 4 on the top and then 3 on the bottom instead of 4 and 4. Boop. Okay, that's good. Okay. Okay. And then what keycap set? This is gonna be Alu. Oh, I see. What keycap set are we using? Let me test this real quick. Holly, would you ever consider a Nyaois but like Shiba edition? Let's see. These two. He actually wants it. This could be later keys, but yeah, these could just be layer keys. Okay, silver board. Silver boards. What keycap set have I not used yet? I haven't used X-ray. Can we use X-ray? Yeah, nah? No? Oh. Red. GMK Lychee. Oh, I have Firefly. Should I use Firefly? GMK Firefly? Oh, well, Firefly is a Kono set. Is that bad too? Yeah, Lychee did get fulfilled, surprisingly. I got my Lychee set, and then I gave it away. And then I got another one. Somehow. From Vin. Ugh. Thank you, Connor. That's a brisket sando, yeah. Chopped brisket. Evil Eye is with a friend, unfortunately. It's on my flip. It's actually on my flip. Firefly? Okay. I'll be right back. Oh my god. Yeah, I may or may not have scarfed down my sandwich. You're right. Yeah, it was very enjoyable. It's from my blood sugar levels. This is R2. This was sent to me from John. Take that fuck. Hell no. Yes. It does, yeah. Weirdo. Okay. Alright guys, we're locking in. Hyper speed. Is this the year I designed a keycap set? What do you guys think? How do I really get my name out there? Bump soda. What do you mean you only got paid half? Wait, what? Wait, from the Vape board? Were the files ever sent over? Like, you finished designing it? Do you want me to bump that thread? I don't know if you're like still interested in completing it. It's weird they don't have the oh, I see why. It's right here. Boop. Right here. Oh. What do I put here then? I guess I can do French robots. Yeah, I don't know if I have enough like dark colored artisans to like, you know, flex on the most. Let's see. I might have. Does it need to be dark color? Yeah, you don't think so? Actually, that might look good. She's broke. Yeah. Orange artisans. Dude, times are tough, okay? What do we do, like 3 beans and then like 3 mirrors? Would that be cute? Three mirrors, 3 shiros. Okay. What about 3 bongos? Or 3 lats? Which one? Between this one or this one? Maybe this one. Wait, you don't think I should use the beans? Really? But the beans are so cute. I don't have enough like dark colored shiros. Do you think Deke hasn't been releasing like colorways, right? Wonder if he's over it. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, we're good. It was the last raffle. Okay. Oh, wait, really? That was a long time ago. Wait. No, that's fine. Please hold this for me. Thank you. All right. So we're going to be doing a lot of these. So this is the first one. Let me update the build command so you guys can... I have a keyboard now. There's try mode, so it's probably for that. It says it's paired, but there's no JSON. Let's see. View sites. Polygon-7. Build guide and software guide. Okay, software guide. JSON here. Download. Okay. Load. Perfect. Okay. So I'm just doing the layouts really quick. So we did split backspace. Oh, it says this is supposed to be print. Oh, it did work. Okay. So let's change these. So I have home. This is delete. This is page up. This is page down. This one we can do print scroll pause. Print scroll pause. This one is basic. Design tilde. Okay, so this is backspace. Oh, so these are actually... Oh, wow. So you can bind these buttons. So... Actually, I want to put print screen here. Print screen here, I think would be good. And then this one would be good here. There's, you know, the like reset button on like PCBs? It's like a small one on this PCB. This one, maybe we could do like a mute media key. A mute. Oh yeah, you could do page up, page down. That'd be kind of cool. I did print screen for plus, and then I did mute. So watch. Muted. Unmuted. Cool. Okay, these are bound as F1, F2, F3. That's fine. These have all been bounded. Okay, cool. So this build is Polygon. We're using this is the Alu plate plus LM Keygeek sound switches. With Ginkgo Firefly R2. Okay, so this is just going to be the general build command, because we're going to keep the same switches, we're going to keep the same keycaps. But since we're swapping the plates, oh, I should put no foam. Okay, but whenever I do the typing test, I'm going to type out the configuration. So we're going to do Alu, and this is the gasket mount. Oh, does it really? Hi Zai, what's up? Okay, so this is the general build command, but then this typing test is going to be Alu and gasket mount. Yeah. Okay, so let's do sound test. Okay, so today we have the Polygon-7. This is going to be an in-stock drop soon. We're using Lumnikey Keygeek. These are the deep sound switches. No foam, GMK Firefly. This first configuration is going to be Alu plate with gasket mount. Okay, here we go. Okay, spacebar is so quiet compared to alphas. Yeah, it is a very quiet spacebar. In terms of typing, feels very nice. It's not a very loud board. These are the Lumnikey. That's right here. They were given to me with the build, so I just used them. Nice thing about this is that it is ball catch. Push those down. So now we're gonna do top mounts. The top mount for this one does use cover. So right here you can see yeah, right here. So we're gonna just slide these socks onto the PCB. So it's nice because these are separate, so you can just like take it off, and they don't have like the mountings, so you don't have to worry about them. And then the ball catch makes it like pretty easy to like take apart, which is nice as well. I know there are some people that really don't like ball catch, but I think it depends. So these I thought were like silicone pieces, soft, but these are actually tough. They're hard pieces. And these are, I thought these slid on, but they don't. So I'm kind of curious, like, how exactly do they want us to use these? Let me make sure. They might not even want us to use these, but why are they here? Why are you here? So, PCB gasket, top mount. Okay, so these are the PC gaskets. So these are PC pieces. And they say you want to put it... Okay, so these go on top of the top case. So, right here. So these fit right here. Like that. So yeah, Frank's right. Kind of weird they implemented this. But you want to take these PC parts. So I thought these were sleeves, but upon closer inspection, these are just PC tabs that slide on like so. And then you would put the plate down and then screw it in from there. Okay, I'll take this, put it here. Yeah, so the mounting points for the top mount and the gasket mounts are different. It's in different spots, and there's also different numbers. Oh, that's a thick one. Okay. So what I would recommend is putting the pieces in and then putting the screws and then lifting it, because especially if you have keycaps on, it would have been easier if these were like socks that you could put on, but since it's not, I'd recommend putting each piece into the top case and then putting your PCB in like this. And then from here, lifting this up on one side and then loosely screwing in one corner first and then do the other corner. You want to be a bit careful because there's nothing really securing the little PC tabs into the top case. There's a slight friction fit, but there's nothing like holding it in place other than that. So once you get like the two corners in like this, then you can do the other corners probably easier. And then I'm just using tweezers to help align the screws into the holes. So once you've secured all of these, then I think it's easier to then put the other screws in. But of course you could put all the screws in before you screw it in. It's really like a preference thing, I suppose, but this feels a bit easier to me. Oh no. Oh no. Also, my phone is dinging a lot. Oh. Thank you, Vin. Vin, have you also been doing it for the other view? Appreciate it. Yeah, mobile view. I like how Twitch was like, hey, TikTok people, us here at Twitch, we're here for you. But like, Twitch discoverability is like god awful. So it's kind of funny. Like, in order to grow on Twitch, you had to go to like TikTok, right? But now Twitch is just like, we got you, fam. And it's like, it's so hard to grow on Twitch alone. Already, this is much louder. This is much more, some people say like colorful, but okay. Alright, this is still Alu plate, but this time it is top mount. Yeah, I do think top mount for this configuration sounds a bit more even. It's stiffer when it comes to typing feel. I think I prefer the sound of this one more, but I prefer the sound of this, but I prefer the feel of the gasket more. But, you know, Eh. Okay, so now we're gonna do the other plates. Okay, my little artisans, or horns. They're little horns. Okay, come on. Okay, there goes. Okay. Okay. It's a little awkward sometimes because these aren't like secured on, so when you use them as leverage to push off, they get a little loose, so it makes it a little harder to like grip, to like pop it off. But yeah, it's like a non-issue. Okay, so now, okay, I'm gonna try and speedrun since we have like more plates to do. So let me put on music. Let me put on my IMs. I get into the focus zone. Okay. I don't think we necessarily have to swap these out. What do you guys think? I actually do think I like the idea of having like keys that aren't like traditional, you know, just like keycaps. I think it's neat. Maybe it's just because like my brain works at, you know, you have your keys, but then, oh, you know, you have this that's like a little different, so it does the same thing. I don't mind it. That's what I'm trying to say. Just like the texture is a little different to press. Different sounds. I don't know if I'm like the biggest fan of using these like PC inserts for top mounts. But I'm assuming they added it as a way to make sure that maybe everything fits in the case, right? Because from what it seems like, if you don't add this height, right, the PCB gaskets might touch the case, which would be interference, right? The only reason I'm like a little skeptical of maybe like that being the reason is because if that were the case, they could have just like machined off less to accommodate for that, right? Rather than like adding the PC inserts. It's probably on their Geekhack page, now that I think about it. Hello. Is it on their Geekhack page? Let's see. Why do you guys add this PC insert? Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Adopt the 40 degrees gasket reduce pain. Use the space avoidant design on the PCB tab. Concentrate stress points on both sides. No, they're not washers. Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Like it's not. I have to search like the keyboard. It's right here. I'll be honest, that explanation doesn't quite make sense to me. So these are like the PC top mount inserts. And they just kind of like slide in like that onto the top case. I thought they were gonna be like socks on the actual plate, but they're not. There's nothing really keeping them in place other than like the case. But their statement of using that doesn't quite make sense to me. Maybe I'll just have to reread it. Okay. Haven't taken off this here. Maybe, okay, I'm guessing. So if I were to make an educated guess, they use the PC inserts to basically reduce the plate to case reverb. Therefore, like, the reverb would go from the plate through the PC inserts. And they say it, quote unquote, concentrate. Yeah, I don't know. If I had to guess, it's some kind of like acoustic thing. Hi, Suzu. Good morning. You just made it for our second plate. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. That's why I'm confused. I thought maybe they added the inserts for like a spacing thing, but then they could have just like machined less of it off. A rubber would have, maybe because the rubber would absorb. So Holly, they have opted to use PC tabs to screw, to put right here, and then you screw the plate onto this, right? And I'm just wondering why they decided to use like these PC tabs. I'm assuming it has something to do with like sound dynamics, but it's just like a PC piece. Almost like a washer, except it's like a PC thing. It's not even a washer because it doesn't like screw onto it, it just goes through. Is there isolated plate gasket? It's PC gasket mount and top mount. I mean, you could just get shorter screws, right? Because these screws are not as short as you could go. You get it? Alright, Holly, enlighten us. Oh, okay, Holly's figured it out for us. That makes sense. Wait. Wait, hold on. Use PCB gasket but still have a plate. Hold on. You can use a PCB gasket but still use a plate. Oh, so kind of goes hand in hand what I was saying, right? So that the two don't overlap. I see. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we had the right idea by saying like there's a gap to make sure it doesn't overlap. So that's what, okay, I get it. Yeah. They don't line up, but if it were touching, it would interfere with it. So that's the reason, yeah. So we kind of had the right idea, but basically, right, right now you can PCB mount this, right? And if the plate, if the mounting point for this was, for the top mount was higher, then the plate would touch that mounting point, and that would be interference, even if you're using the PCB gasket. So by adding the shims, it then raises. Does that make sense? That makes sense to me, yeah. I don't know why I didn't think about it like the other way. Yeah, I was saying like, why would they not just raise this mounting point so they didn't have to add the shims? But it makes sense for the PCB gasket. Yeah, I get it. Thank you. This is why having different perspectives is so nice. Like, we kind of got the idea, but we went the opposite way. Yeah, thank you, Holly. And by this, the second release is nice. This is PP plate, polypropylene. Okay, interloper, if you are watching this, this is the explanation for this is the explanation for the mounting points. So basically, top mount uses these PC part or PC tabs, and the reason why the tabs are used is because the mounting points for the PCB and the top mount are actually different. They're staggered, right? And so there's actually, thank you for the follow, there's actually a gap whenever you put in the PCB between the PCB mount and the plate to top mount. And the reason for that is because they have to put a deep gap right here so that when you mount it PCB, the plate doesn't touch the case, so there's no interference. And because there is that gap, you need to add the PC tabs to then raise it so that you can actually screw it in. And if you're like, well, why not just raise this part so that you don't need to add the inserts? And the reason for that is if they were to raise this, then the plate and the PCB would interfere, the two mountings would interfere, because then the plate would touch the case, and we don't want that to happen. How are they doing this for 109? I'm guessing they just have their own factory, so they don't have like the middleman. I'm guessing. They could have a good relationship with their menu. It could also be they're expecting to do like a high volume sale. So the more units you sell, the more individual pricing should technically go down. Yeah, we're using hot swap today. I mean, Daring Run has made some good stuff, and the nice thing is that they continue to improve on like feedback, which is good, in my opinion. Yeah, it starts at 109, but you still have to buy the plate. So that's just for the case and the PCB. I mean, you could just go completely plateless, but that is an option here. But if you're looking for like an Alu or like a different plate, that is separate. You see this with QK a lot, right? Especially when they have boards that are like plateless, it's like the cheapest option, but then it's like, oh, that's if you get no plate solder PCB, which is not always ideal for like a beginner looking to like spend as little money. Yeah, I mean, I'll do plateless very last, but typically would not recommend hot swap plateless unless it was like really tight sockets, like socket to switch ratio, but it is possible. And they are selling a solder PCB, so there is that option. Yeah, so PP plate is going to be very similar to like Palm PC, a little bit different, but it's really a preference thing, right? Yeah, I think PP plate with top mount sounds the best and also feels really good because it's a super soft plate, so the feedback is not going to be as harsh. I mean, you can do it, but... Oh, I actually just did the Alu plate, if you want to hear those. I think Vin has the links for that. I just did Alu, I'm doing PP now, and then FR4 is going to be the last. Wait, there's a song we were just listening to that I like. Is it this one? It was. The Who? If you're new here, so one thing about keyboard people is that they like coffee and they like K-pop, but I'm weird. I don't know anything K-pop, and I don't like coffee. So, sorry. Yeah, sorry. All the K-pop I've learned is from my chat. Okay, so bingo card for a typical keyboard enthusiast would be like, are you also into coffee? Are you also into cameras? Are you also into fountain pens? Do you also like K-pop? are you potentially an audiophile? You know, it's like, audiophile. I like web fishing. It's cute. Okay, but how many guys checked off? If you checked off more than 3 boxes, you might be a typical keyboard person. You might fall into some stereotypes. 3 or more. Sorry. Yeah. Hi, Multikill. How you doing? I'm on the spectrum of I don't like coffee, but I like matcha. I don't like K-pop, but I like anime, right? What else? I'm too broke for audio stuff, so... I do have IEMs, but that's because I didn't want to wear headphones because of my hair. My hair! Headphones, they ruin your hair. You spend all this time having nice hair, and then boom, you got the headphone indent. Not ideal. Yeah, I also do stream a lot. Plus, having IEMs is really good, especially for like sound isolation. I do have an DAC or amp, but it's the same one I've been using years. I invested in IEMs, custom ones, because like one ear is bigger than the other, and you can like clearly see this. Look how much bigger this one is than this one! Holy! So I couldn't just use standard IEMs because this one's huge! This one's so small! This one doesn't even have enough to put the same logo on, right? So that's why I got customs. My balance is good. I mean, I stream from Spotify because I like my small bands. They're the UE7s. Who? Oh, yeah, I'd agree. Well, I have a mic because of the keyboard sound test, and also, I need a powerful mic because I'm very quiet. Like, okay. Alright, I'm gonna turn all my filters off. Okay, this is me using the same mic, same volume, but I have none of my filters on. Oh wow, there's like a gap right here. My room is... yeah. Yep. that's why I got a fancy mic to like really boost my voice and also so that you guys can hear me. And now this is all my filters back on. Nice and crispy. Oh shit. Just like put these on wrong. Yeah, I know. It's quite even after boosting. But the thing is, like, if I boost, then you'll hear more of my background sound. What the heck is a tube amp? But you know what? I had a contract with I had a contract with Twitch to kind of help their like accelerate program, and I got paid a lot of money, and I used all that money to buy my IEM. So because I had that, nice. Thanks, Twitch. That's also one of the reasons I didn't like sign a deal with Corsair, because they were like, you need to use our headsets, and I'm like, I didn't spend 2K on my IEMs to use your headsets, so I'm sorry. The downgrade is just too much for me. Wait. I mean, you could, yeah. Black audio, I used to, but it's hard to find for certain stuff, right? Okay, so this next configuration is the bad thing about my IEMs though is that you guys hear my mom shouting my name before I do. And then you guys are like, Patty, your mom's calling you. And then by the time I take off my IEMs, she's like, shing, shing! And yelling at me. I'm like, oh my god, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Like, you guys hear her before I hear her. I have my IEMs and it's terrible. Yeah, I mean, Twitch paid me a good amount of money, so I was like, alright, custom IEMs. Let's do it. Okay, I'm muting real quick. Okay, so this is a PP plate gasket mounted. We're using Lumnikey Keygeek switches, and this is GMK Firefly R2. Okay, now we are going to do the top mount. Yegs, when are you sending me the stuff? Is that ever happening? You California people. What the heck? It's okay, I still owe some people some stuff too. What the heck, Yegs? It would mute the sound a little bit. It could make it a bit more like round, if that makes sense. But yeah. I'm jet lagged. Bro, you've been jet lagged for like 6 months now. You okay? Dang. Whoa. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, because are you even still into keyboards? What about my Sailor Moon board, dude? Is that ever gonna happen? Are we gonna... Should I work with someone else? Is that dream dead? Hey Holly, you wanna make a Sailor Moon board for me? I already have the idea and everything. Oh, I've already been rejected. Alright, Yegs. Looks like you're out of retirement. Oh, wait, this is the wrong way. It's this way. It's this way. You are creative enough. I believe in you. Okay, let me... And she sent me a candid photo of Vin. And CG Buen. I've never designed a keyboard in my life. That's good. Me neither. Also, I don't know if that made sense, like, when I said it would sound more round. I meant it more of, like, a lot of the keys will sound more similar rather than, like, more distinct, is what I meant by round. And if I say, like, sharp, I mean, like, you know, there are keys, like the alphas and the mods and spacebar will, like, stand out more. Or be, like, more distinct from each other. Thanks for the follow. Cool. This keyboard is rectangular. It is. Oh god. It's kind of sad knowing that, like, a lot of my friends are no longer into keyboards. I don't blame them. Like, a lot of my vendor friends, for example, like, Huey's not with Key Spencery anymore. You know, Reagan. Reagan broke all of our hearts. And just like, just in general. He didn't exit scam necessarily in that sense. It's just like he didn't pay invoices because he didn't have the means to. Things were just like delayed. I guess he thought he could like take up more projects to pay pre-existing invoices. Or maybe like his cable or Cerakoting could like bring in revenue to like pay. I think it was a classic case of, you know, taking on too many projects. Also upscaling too fast. So he's not here anymore. And plus, it's such a like... How do I explain it? So the same thing is kind of happening to Looped in the sense of like, he's saying, you know, you guys are all charging back and I have to eat those fees and it puts me like more in debt, right? So in that sense, like, no, it is different, but I'm saying like, it kind of escalates whenever, you know, people start charging back, when people start to panic. And I can see why that like really stresses out vendors, because people start to charge back, you're hit with a chargeback fee, you're also, you lose that, you know, money that you had, and then you don't have the money to like ship things out, which is what happened to Reagan for a little bit. People were just like, where the hell is my classic beige? And like, I think with Reagan, one of his things is like, shipments just took very, very long to get to him, or he said like he opted to like do something that would like save more money, but then ended up losing money because a lot of kits needed like fixing and things were just like slow, and I don't know, we'll never know. We'll never know, that's the thing. I mean, it was like the same thing with like Shrew, kind of. Sunsetter was super fucking scuffed. And like the menu was just like, haha. And they just didn't have the money to like redo it all. Yeah, no, Lube is lying to people. Shrew also hit it. Yeah. And that's the thing, it's like, although GMK just doesn't like... No, Shrew tried to. They started, but I think towards the end, what Shrew did was very scummy, like using like the Mimizuku pre-orders to kind of get revenue in. Yeah, the TwitchCon thing, yeah, that was fucked. Okay, so this is top mount plate. So I'll give you guys the lore after this. But yeah. I mean, I've been building keyboards for about 4 years now. I know a lot of drama. Thankfully, I'm not involved in most of it. I try to stay drama free, okay? Okay, but anyways, let's do the sound test real quick. Alright, this is top mount PP plate. No. I think if it's anything, it might be oh, I see. Look. Oh, there's a little gasket piece. That might be what I was. Oh. If I had to guess, one of the top mount screws isn't screwed in tightly, which is what you might be hearing. I didn't want to screw too tightly, so yeah, that might have been what you heard, if you did hear, if there is anything. Let me double check that though. Ugh. Oh my goodness. So this is a interesting problem, but also not like an uncommon problem, being that oh, I'm gonna redo that sound test. So that's what you heard, the spacebar. If you look right here, the insert actually fell out. So you see the inserts here, this insert slid out, which is what we saw. And that is a critique I have about this board, is these inserts don't really have anything that secures them in. So that was a good call out. Because this one is not completely screwed in, and it also doesn't have this tab that fell out. So good call out. I'm gonna redo that typing test because it's not accurate. Sorry, Vin. There's 4 more configs, I'm sorry. Vin is like, bruh. Okay, link me the... What's their name again? Okay, wait, I'll look at it. I'm gonna play the first thing I see on Spotify. Damn, this is what he sounds like? Oh, I'm guessing that's him. Okay, so one of my critiques about this board is the inserts. There's nothing like keeping them in place, so I guess this insert fell off too. What the heck? Yeah, nothing to really secure these other than like hoping it friction fits as close as possible to the case. So just when you're assembling this, you want to be aware of that. And plus, here's the thing. It's clear PC, and you're using it against a silver board. So if these PC tabs are like different colored, it would be a lot easier to tell like, okay, it's aligned, it's in place. But as you can see, at least the silver, it's like, you really have to look if it's there, right? Kind of blends in. If they had used like a different color PC piece, I think it would be a lot easier. It's not like obvious, but this is like a quality of life thing I'm like pointing out. Basically, if they had something to make sure the pieces are like fully secured, or maybe like a different color PC tab just to make sure that you can see if it's in place or not. But at the same time, this is like just my skill issue for not noticing. This is gonna sound much more accurate. To be fair, it's also 4 a.m. Yeah, I mean, if you screw it on too tight and there's like too much pressure, you could potentially crack it, but I'd say it's more of a non-issue. Just don't go too tight. Especially just like with screws in general. Okay. Okay, this is a redo. Oops. Hello, Savior. Yeah, we're on type test 4 out of 6. So, yeah. Wait, why are we listening to this guy again? Is there a reason you're thinking about this guy? Yeah, full travel feels... Seems cool. Yeah, these are keys. Print screen mute is what I have it bound to. Yeah, they are. Okay, so here's the thing. Is that you rely on these macro sites to remove the ball catch. Because if you haven't done ball catch with top mount, you cannot push against this to help you lift it, right? Because you would just be pushing against the top mount. So what you have to do is you either use these, or they do have like a lip right here that you can kind of help you, but especially with top mount, you do have to press from the macro side, right? Ugh. But you can see, like, if you were to push against this to help you remove the ball catch, it just wouldn't work. But this one is not as bad because at least you have the two sides to help you push against it. The software is, can you access Chrome through Linux? If you can do that, you're good. It's just a web browser that you can access on Chrome. You can't use Firefox. No, I was just wondering why you were thinking about him. I didn't know if he's like who you're obsessing over now, or if he did something, you know. Who? Dude, my K-pop knowledge is 0. 754. I like, where's the K-pop songs I like? Where's my Haze, or my IU, or my I don't think I even have a playlist with them. I like city pop. Do you guys like city pop? I love city pop. The heck is Bambi? Let's see. Where did Joji go, you guys? Where did he go? Min's about to go off on you for not adding the H. Okay, wait, that was both, right? Yeah. Oh, wait, do you guys want lore? Wait, I don't even remember what lore I was gonna tell you guys. Sorry. Okay, this is gonna be our last plate, but then we have Plateless, and then we're done. For real. Then you guys can go to sleep. And I'm gonna work some more. After stream, I have to work. What the heck? Tiny desk. What's tiny desk? Sailor Moon board. Oh, you gonna help me design it, or since Yugs is backing out on me? For you. I think he might be. Oh, I see. Here's my last plates. Oh, Tame Impala. I like Tame Impala. I'll play you guys my favorite Tame Impala song right now. Yikes! Oh my god. That's right. Actually, let me put these plates back in there so I don't lose track. This is like oddly specific, but this song reminds me of this guy I had a crush on in college. And this song was playing as we were like passing each other at a music festival. Like, I hadn't seen him in like 2 years and randomly like passed by him. It was like slow motion as we passed each other. And yeah. Not even sub to make a request. Who's this guy? I don't know, do I? Did I buy it? I might have. Very cinematic. Yeah, now he has a kid. Out of wedlock. And I, oop. Never changed, but that's bullshit. To be fair, I never talked to him, only once. We had one class together. And it was like, it's like the type of crush that, you know, you just had in passing. And you knew you were never gonna do anything about it, but you just like looking at them. Do you know what I'm saying? Like people that you like looking at, but you know nothing's ever gonna happen. Okay, Vin is like, let me show you how it goes. Let me alpha up on all of you guys. Okay, well, if you've ever had crushes where it's like, damn. Wait, you guys have never like had college courses or like, or just like, you know, in classes, you just like in passing, there's always like that one person you would like always notice. It's like that. It was just like that. No, we're talking about crushes. Bro, don't say that. You guys, that will not work. Don't say that. Holy shit. Breathe deeper. This one is good too, though. Don't you guys think? My sounds? Hold on. It is on this album, Slow Rush, right here. Sorry, I had to find the album it was on. I'm gonna try that. Oh my god. There's a set I saw on Novel Keys, but it was like 185, and I was like, I can't. That's like way too much. In this day and age? Also, Vin, you know, in the Discord, you're like, is that a Ginkgo mat? It's not. The pattern's like a little slightly different. Yeah, guess who made that? Our resident Insti. Or Cuppo. Either or. Yeah, when I was on front page, I was like, you guys, no pegging when I'm on front page. I've had to very exclusively tell my chat that I'm not front page right now. Don't worry. You guys are good. Yeah, I mean, not because you can't see shit, but because it's dangerous. I remember one time I was like, alright, who's clipping? And Vin's like, I can't, I'm driving. I'm like, what the fuck? Don't do that. Yeah, sorry. If you guys are new here, I have a few mods that are a bit cray-cray. Yeah, a few cray-cray mods. They mean well, but who mods the mods? I do, but without my mods, I would be like powerless. Because half the time I don't have a keyboard. And then half the time I call him out on it, I get hit by it. Did I stutter? And it's like, okay. Alright. Like, someone will say something very crazy, and I'm just like, bruh. And they get hit by it. Did I stutter? It's like, okay. Dude. Insty has his moments. Insty has his moments. So does Frank. Tame Impala, I also like, after the sun I'll play more. I can't fall asleep when I'm with Insty because he will 100% take my picture. And then be like, hee hee, look at Patty, snoozing with her mouth open. Like, okay, rude. I know, he has. That's why I'm bringing it up, because it's like every single time. He's like, I saw Patty recently. Who wants the photo of her dead asleep with her mouth wide open? That's what I'm saying. I was like, I need to be careful not to like fall asleep. Insty's gay, by the way. I just realized maybe that sounded like a little suspicious for people to be like, what the? I'm not outing him. He makes that very well known. No, you're not. Jesus. Okay, where is it? His name is literally Instigator. 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 It is! Okay, first of all, it doesn't matter if he's gay or not. We love everyone here, so let's nip that in the bud. I don't care who you guys love. Love who you want, as long as you're not a pedophile, okay? That's the only thing that's a big no-no. I'm not outing him. He's been out. He tells people. Oh my god. You guys, this is how I know Vin hasn't been around for a long time. Insty is so open on my stream, okay? And we love him for that. Bruh. Everyone else is here at 8 p.m. on a Friday. Why can't you? Sounds like a you problem. Right, guys? Who's the problem? Me or Vin? I know, he doesn't. You know my schedule. That goes both ways. Okay. It wasn't you. It was someone else. I mean, client bill is very ambiguous. Okay, this is FR4 gasket mount. Alright, this is FR4 gasket mount. Bro, when did I message you? I'm looking up right now. Oh yeah, I did. It was 8 p.m. his time. Well, you don't check your phone? Or what? Alright. This is FR4 gasket mount. I think... Yeah, this is gasket mount. I think so far Alu Play has been my least favorite. I would probably go... I like... PP most, FR4, and then Alu. Yeah. In this config, I should say. What do you guys think so far? Oh, do you have a picture? I miss the GameCube, Game Boy looking one. That set looked really nice. Yeah, you should see if Gloom Soy has anything for sale. Look. Sick. That's my favorite. Gloom and then soy SOY. Gloom Soy. It's do you know the designer, keyboard designer Plume? It's his artisan account. Plume is that's more like old school. Yeah, you're good. Do you know Disguised Toast? Plume has designed a keyboard for Disguised Toast. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean, he has like, it's a designer's name and also his name. Also the board's name, like the Plume 65. Yeah. Yeah, but now he's doing artisans. But I don't know like how often he does drops, but he likes that kind of aesthetic, you know. Unless you're looking for something that's more like in stock artisans. Yeah, I need to see what agar looks like. When Jer links it. Yeah, I mean, Gloom does like that kind of colorways. They look really nice. Oh, thank you. Oh, agar is a keyboard, not keycap set. Oh, I thought agar was like a set. So when Holly says it looks a little wiggly, I was like, wiggly. Okay. This is the last for this one, and then we'll do a plateless. Plateless only has one mounting, so. What do you mean tomorrow is Sunday? This is top mount. Alright, this is top mount for the FR4 plate. EC is also known as Topra. Oh no, Dodo's borking. I'm gonna redo that, because of the dog. So, I'm gonna redo that. Don't worry. Sorry, people that are getting hit by ads. So I think my favorite so far is definitely PP top. I was not a fan of this FR4 top mount. It wasn't very well balanced. I did not like it at all. But I thought FR4 gasket sounded good, right? Not a fan of FR4 top. FR4 gasket was okay, or pretty good, in my opinion. Yeah, I think PP top has been my favorite. I think in terms of like the two styles that or the two sound tests we've done so far, that's been the weakest is Alu Gasket and FR4 top. I think those two are like by far the worst. Best PP top, and I would say FR4 gasket, maybe PP gasket, or maybe I thought Alu top sounded okay, but Alu gasket, no. Yeah, I just did not like this FR4 top personally. Plus, it was very the typing feedback. I'm like tired. Okay, okay, you guys, we're nearly towards the end. Thank you guys for making it this far. Congrats. I think this top mount is also weird because maybe with the mounting points, or maybe because the points don't really span across like right here. Yeah, sorry, Vin. I mean, a lot of clips also means probably a longer stream, too. Okay, so this last configuration I'm gonna do is not like recommended because it's plateless hot swap. I mean, you could do it theoretically on paper, but in actual execution, it's a little weird. But we'll try it. K-pop. Okay, what song do you want? Whoa. What are you woeing? That I'm still here or that we're doing plateless hot swap? I mean, I food comaed for a while, so. So it's weird because Plateless doesn't have the plate to support and keep the switches in place. And hot swap sockets can be a bit loose sometimes so that your switches are loose. And since there's no plate to help secure it, then just like you could press on a key and if your switch is loose, it will shift. Okay, I'll watch one after. Just remind me. Only one. We'll watch only one. Because I have the gym at 12. It is now 4:30. I do need to sleep at some point. So yeah, it's not very secure, and typically if you're gonna do hot or plateless, you want to do something like solder that really holds the switches in place. There are specialty switches that have like clips at the end for hot swap in case you do like hot swap plateless, but those are like a pain in the ass to like remove because like you can't just pull it out like this. You have to like go in the back and release the two pins. My sleeping schedule has been abysmal, but that's okay. Where's my water bottle? Right here. Good morning, Anne. I personally like soldering, but if you're someone who tends to like to experiment, then yeah, soldering and desoldering over and over can be annoying, but for like build review streams, I definitely prefer hot swap, so I can do all these different configs. Sometimes when I'm set like a soldered build, then it's like, okay, well, I can only do like one config out of, you know, perhaps like multiple. I try my best to do all the plates if I can, but sometimes I just don't have the stamina. So I went back to look at the QK clips. I look awful. I mean, I felt awful and I looked awful. And I also did not do as many like plate options as I normally would do. But whenever I'm feeling normal or healthy, I'll try and do all the plates. So like what I did today. But I don't do everything I possibly can. I don't have the stamina for that, but it's like okay, I can either do all the plates no foam, or I can do one plate with all the foam and no foam. You guys pick. So today you guys picked all the plates no foam and also one PCB. It's not usual I get sent multiple PCBs, but they send it to me. I recently did a hand wire board. I won't be doing it anytime soon again. That's fair. Hand wiring is a feat in its own. No, man, it's not the best. I'm a small streamer. You're just a good hype man. Who else does all these configs? YouTube people. You know, I feel bad when I do all these sound tests. I feel bad for Interloper. Poor Interloper. You know, I was told that people don't like watching Twitch streams because, at least they don't like watching Twitch VODs because the replayability is much worse on Twitch than it is on like YouTube. Like for example, like being able to pause and like skip around and like add timestamps. It's interesting to think about. Twitch streams as like a median is, I feel like, not as impactful these days as like YouTube videos. Well, it's like the infrastructure's there, but it's not there in the sense of like searchability. Because I highlight all my builds and so you can actually go and look on my page, and by highlighting the builds, they stay forever. So like I have every single like designer vendor build I've ever built, at least on stream, has been permanently recorded. You can go back and you can find any of those. However, it's just so hard to find them. You know? You can't just like search Xing Xing Wang, you know, for example, like Neo Ergo. It's not going to show you the VOD necessarily, right? It's there, but it's just hard to find. So that's why I have like a separate VOD channel that I upload it to. But like, it's there, but I feel like Twitch doesn't really advertise it as much, because imagine if everyone like highlighted every single Twitch stream they had. Like, that's a lot of usage on, you know, that's a lot of storage. Yeah, and the Twitch player is bad. Like, it's all there. Like, all my VODs are there. Thank you for the follow. However, you just have to go find it. The YouTube is very good in that regard, because you can at least go to the channel and find the things you're trying to find. And then yeah, quality of life is a little bit better in terms of like the player. However, I would argue that community and chat interaction is best. Chat features is better on Twitch. I mean, it should be, than like YouTube. Yeah, but the only bad thing is that you have to like be around, right? Did I try to moderate a Glarce's YouTube stream? I wonder what David's been up to. Twitch chat vibes feels better, yeah. I mean, you have like all the emotes. There's a reason why a lot of the big streamers who went over to YouTube have now since come back to Twitch. Or they do like dual stream, which is the smart thing to do. I should do dual streams, but you know, just another thing to like keep up with. I mean, now that TikTok is gone, at least that's one less social media platform to worry about, right? Yeah, the reason is money. Yeah, because you get to monetize, right? I mean, honestly, I know some people that just like don't care. They have two chats, but they only look at the Twitch one. Or there's actually programs or platforms now where it combines both chats. So you have one main chat open, but it takes like from both chats and combines it into one, which is very nice actually. So you don't have to look at two chats, you just look at like your main one. Restream, I was using Restream for a little bit. However, there were some like features that I limited. For example, like free, you could only stream to 2. Because I was like, all right, you guys, I'm gonna stream to Kick, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and it's like, nope, you gotta pay for that. It's like, oh, welp. Welp. But yeah, I mean, Restream is a good example of that. And if you're like, well, why didn't you just pay for it? Yeah, I could, but the other thing is the reason money, yeah, because you get YouTube subs, Twitch subs. The only bad thing about Restream is audio separation. Because in OBS, I can separate everything, but on Restream, it's like a little harder to do. I mean, now Twitch themselves, they're like, we're not doing the ridiculous contracts anymore. I mean, the people that went over to YouTube made their bank, and now they're back. And they have a community on both platforms, you know. Especially if you started from Twitch, you moved over to YouTube. Yo! Hello, it's so late! You're awake? Yeah, we're building the Polygon-7. This is the last config, though. we've done 6 other ones. This is the final 7th one. Okay, last one. I just think if you're a content creator, especially for keyboards, there's no way Twitch alone is enough. You have to do like YouTube or Instagram too. At least if you're looking to like grow, get more opportunities. And like, as much as I hate short form is king right now in that sense of like broadening your audience. Twitch discoverability is just like poo-poo. All right, this last one is gasket mount, no plate. All right, last one. Oh no, the ads. I'm sorry. The ads. It's a long one too, and I can't skip it since it's already running. Alright, this is plateless, meaning no plate, gasket mount. Okay, how's the wobble? It's definitely there. At least with these switches, I would not recommend it. Um, yeah. I mean, I think favorite um, top mount PP. Second one, I'd actually say plateless. And then third one, I would probably say FR4 Gasket. in my opinion, in terms of sound. In terms of feel, it would be Plateless and both the PP ones, right? Yeah. So pretty nice. But once again, this is hot swap. Normally would not recommend Plateless with hot swap. In this case, I would still say that upholds. The Alu plate was my least favorite configuration by far in terms of both top and bottom. But also with the things I'm saying, like, you gotta take it over like a grain of salt, because it could just be like the switches I'm using, or yeah, mainly just like the switches I'm using, also my personal preference. So yeah. Okay. I was thinking to myself just now. With the hot swap, bottom row, you can split the left shift, you can do split backspace, on-C ISO, and then step to regular caps lock. Whew. Dang, 5 hours. All right. Here's the last stretch, you guys. I'm surprised so many of you are still awake. So, if I like PP, will that sound the same across cases? Not necessarily. Depends on like the mounting style. Also mounting points, also switches as well. I think it's a good generalized statement, but if you're really getting like nitty gritty, you know, it will probably depend. But as you like get more into boards, you kind of figure out like what you like. So for example, it's like I like PP plate, but it has to be like with a long pole. I like PP plate, but it can't be like gasket mounted. It has to be top mounted, you know. Um, it's just a lot of things to take into consideration. And also with the way that some boards are designed, you might hate PP plate. I mean, it's good as like a reference, but it might not be the same across cases. And that's why the keyboard hobby sucks people in, because you could like one thing, but then in another board, you could hate it completely. But it's also like um what you care about. So like in terms of feel or like sound, also to consider. So for example, it's like, say your favorite color is like red, but you might not like red with this specific outfit. Doesn't mean you don't like red, but it's just not with this. So kind of same concept. If you like how PP sounds, you might like it in this case, but in other cases you might not. That's why it's so hard. Good morning. Hello. All right. But yeah, let's talk about this and then we're done. Okay. So, in case you didn't know, today we're building the Polygon-7. This goes into group buy. It's gonna be an in-stock drop. January 23rd, and it will be open to February 6th. It's a little confusing, but if you're wondering like why is there like a closing date, I'm guessing in stock meaning like it's a pre-order. Like they'll probably have let's see. Basically when you buy it, they say they're gonna ship it 3 days after payment. but there's basically a time frame of which you can buy it, which is, yeah, it's just confusing. But yeah, in stock drop January 23rd to February 6th. There are 5 different colors. This one I have is an Anno Silver. You can look at the case together. So yeah, so main body is going to be a 65%, but the biggest thing is that you have these 2 columns on the side that each have 3 or technically 4 keys. So these plus or minus, I don't know if you can see this. This is a plus. This side has a minus, right? So in VIA, you can actually remap this to anything you want, but these do have functions. So I have this as print screen and I have this as mute. You could do like page up, page down. You could do volume up, volume down. Like you could remap these, right? So that is nice. And then you have the 3 keys right here that you can also remap to whatever you like. So if you were to like take these off, like the main body is a 65%, but now you've added these like additional keys and buttons on the side, right? Yeah, it could just be a fidget toy. It does click when you like press it, so that's kind of nice in terms of like if you like the whole, you know, pressing your switches, but then you want something like a little different to press right here. So it does have, oh shoot, sorry. Let me move this over here. It does have the arrow key blocker to separate like the arrows. So it's not quite symmetrical, right? But with the 65%, at least you have like the arrow keys versus if it were like just like a plain 60, right? But 65%, so you do have all these additional keys here too. This case is a ball catch release, right? It uses 2 mounting styles. You have top mount and you have plate top mount or PCB gasket mount. Here's the side. So you have this top piece, and then you have this middle frame, and then you have the back weight. So I mentioned this earlier, but you know, you can kind of see 2 different things going on here. You have the top piece, which doesn't really have any like sharp corners, and then you have this like bottom piece with like the sharp edges. And then you can see like the 2-tone, the top case and then the weight. The back, very nice looking weight. It's almost like a bursting star ripple effect. But here you see the branding of DR Works, Daring Run Works, or Doctor Works. And then you have the 4 feet that are adhesive. And then here you can see this is a PVD weight, right? This is a separate piece. So you see the 3 pieces here, or you see the 4 pieces here. Top case, middle, bottom case. You got the weight, you got the accent weight. Here you have the USB port, centered USB port, and then it's really, really subtle, but there is the name of the board right here, Polygon, and then a nice cursive, very subtle. So you see the branding 2 places, on the back and right here, and then the front lip. So deconstructing the case just to show you guys like the mounting points. So one thing to note is I would actually recommend using these 2 columns to do like your ball catch. Because this board has top mount, but it's only found here, these spots are always technically going to be like free from like the mountings. There is no like mounting on these things, right? In the sense of if you do gasket mount, you don't have to change this. If you do top mount, you don't have to change these. These are just like all set, right? Only I would probably prefer screw to ball catch when top mount's option. That's the thing, yeah. So top mount with ball catch, awful, because you have nothing to push off of. But since these side macro columns don't have like a specific mount, like it's technically friction fitted into the case using like the 4 corners. Oh god. These are basically not secured onto anything, so you can just push it off like that. And these will always be available for you to push off. Yeah, I mean, I just pulled that off, yes. That's the thing with... there's nothing securing the plate in, so what I just did, I pulled it off, as you could see. But this is what I mean. So here it actually has the gaskets installed, and you don't have to remove these, right? And then it also says like a left or right side for you. That's why I would not suggest plateless, such as you could just pull off. Plateless hot swap. But you can see like this is never going to be screwed onto the case. It's just going to have these like gaskets that keep them in place like this. There are grooves on the case that kind of help align it. So these like little dots go where the nipples go. So that will help you align it. But the nice thing with this ball catch is even though it has top mount, you always have these side pieces to push off of. And then the side pieces do use like the ribbon cables, but this big piece is actually separate and it uses the magnetic pogo pins, right? So looking at this, so once again, they have these little silicone inserts. These are for the force brake. You'll see the 4 on this main piece, and then you also see, wait, I made a mistake earlier. I said, oh, you know, they have this piece for like the force brake, but this is not for force brake. This is actually to just like prop this piece up. But it does have these for the force brake, which is a correction, I should say. Because when you have the ball catch, right, in order to avoid it from like shaking around because there's no screws to keep it in place, what designers will do is they'll add like silicone bump-ons or anything like gasket to kind of reduce that like case-to-case ping and also keep it in place. You have these 4 on the top case, and then to accommodate for the corners, you do have these from the 2 side pieces once again. So these corners not only act as like, you know, an anchor point so these columns don't move, but it's also a force brake for the corners, right, to really secure it into place. So that's pretty neat. Here, the top mount and the PCB gasket mount are separate. They're not the same, right? So top mount, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you have 4 on the top, 4 on the bottom, right? Gasket, you're actually a short one. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have 1, 2, 3. And you can tell where they go because top mount will have the screw point, and then the gasket will have this like cutout where the gasket would go, kind of help you align it. Orientation of this does matter. Thanks for the follow. The gasket, the flat piece goes on the top case, and then the nipple part or the needle part will go on the bottom case, and you can see there's like the indent for it right here, right? So right here, you can see this piece. Oh, come on. This piece would then go like right here to kind of help align it if it stays in place. But moving on, so the board uses both gasket, PCB gasket, and plate top mount. But plate top mount, it works the same as just like a regular top mount, except you need to add a PCB shim. So, or not PCB, a PC, you know, part right here. So this piece, right, goes into the top case. There's nothing to really like hold it in place other than like, you know, the sides of it. So it can be a little loose. So when you're installing it, just be like wary. But if you're gonna do top mount, you do have to put these PC inserts into every one of them, and then you can put the plate in and then screw it on. And we figured this out earlier, but the reason they do this is because there's actually a well, hello Capo. There's actually a gap between the PCB gasket and the plate top mount. So you can't quite see it here, but because there is a gap, they did that because that way there would be no interference between the PCB gasket and the top mount plate tabs, right? So they purposely added a gap on the top mount. So the PC gasket mount will sit higher, right? And if the plate were, or the plates were touching, the plate mounts were touching the case, that would be interference. And you might hear something like whenever you're typing. So what they opted to do is add a space, right? So that the mounting points on the plate no longer touch whenever you put the PCB gaskets in. So that's the reason why you have to add these like PC inserts whenever you do top mount, right? It's to accommodate for that space that they added to avoid any PCB gasket interference. So that was a lot of words all at once. I'm sorry, but this just kind of to explain the design. But other than that, the magnetic keeps us in place. You can see like some of the keys are wobbling off, but here is the button for the front, right here. So once this goes up, so it is held by 2 screws. And yeah, so once again, top mount, PCB, gasket mount, ball catch, force brake. And then, yeah, so bottom case, you have the magnetic pogo pins here. The batteries are found in the blue weight that we saw earlier. The 2 macro sides, they do have this foam installed right here, and then you also have, once again, like the silicone bump on to help like raise it. It does use ribbon cables, but you don't have to worry about the ribbon cables whenever you're doing the ball catch, because it's all on the bottom, right? So, yep. Let me just put this back on. So while the main component uses the pogo pin, the 2 side pieces do use the ribbon, but you don't have to mess with it, right? So nothing to really screw this on and keep it in place, but you do have these corners that dual function as a force brake and also as like a suction, or also as an anchor, because you can see right here on this top case, you see there's like a little circle cut out for that right there. Kind of subtle. But basically, you know, you would then align it like this, right? And then it shouldn't shift too much. But nothing securing these down, but they're also completely independent of whatever mounting style you decide to use. And you can always use these as like an anchor for the ball catch, which is good. So even though there's top mount on a ball catch, do not fret as you have a solution. But yeah, let's look at the product page real quick, and then we're done. And then it's time to sleep. And then you guys got a comprehensive breakdown of the board. And you guys will all be informed buyers, right? You buy it. Okay, so in stock, not yet, but you have 5 colors. You have the white, the green, these are the same. You have the silver, you have the blue, and the gray. Yeah, it's like 5 a.m. for me. It starts at 109. You get to pick the case and the PCB, but it doesn't come with a plate. That's going to be extra. So there are 3 PCB options. You have 2 1.6, all tri-mode. If it's 1.6, it's going to be a non-flex cut, but you have solder and hot swap. If you want a 1.2, it's going to have flex cuts, and it's going to be hot swap. Here's all the PCB layouts. It's the same for all of them, I'm assuming. But yeah. So 109 starting, but once again, this does not come with a plate. If you want to buy extras, you go here, and then here you can buy all the PCBs. You can buy either Alu plate, FR4 plate, or PP plate, or you can buy all 3. And then the foam kit. Does this not come with a foam kit? Does not come with a foam kit. So if you want foam, you gotta add that sucker. Yeah. You gotta add that sucker if you want it. So just be aware of that. Like, you might be like, oh my god, 109? That's great. But that's if you get the solder, no plate, right? But if you're like, I need not solder, then it will go up in pricing. At least the 2 hot swap PCBs are going to be the same pricing, but realistically, you know, if you don't want to solder and you want a plate, it's going to start at 119. And then whenever you buy the plate, there's no pricing yet, but I think I'm assuming starting out it's going to be like 140, 150. So don't get too excited about the 109. It adds up. But yeah. So the more details here, you know, you have 9-degree typing angle, the 2 mountings, you have the 3 plates, the weight is etched mirrored stainless steel PVD, case is alu, you have 1 spray coated, the rest are going to be NO. But yeah, that's the board. My thoughts. There are a few things that, you know, for the pricing, I think it's probably acceptable. I would have liked to there are a few quality of life changes that I would make. It's not like a deal breaker or anything. I do really appreciate that, you know, even though there was top mount, you still have like these tabs to remove. I do like the idea of these buttons. I wish like the PC inserts, at least for the gray, was a little hard to see. So if these are like a different color, or maybe if there's something like to help secure them in even more. But that's like a non-issue. I think it's interesting how they wanted to go for like, you know, the symmetry, but then there's an arrow key blocker. But that's just also me nitpicking. I think for the pricing, you know, I think Daring Run has a very good product here. The ribbon cables don't really interfere, but I could see where corners were kind of cut to, I guess, lower the pricing even more. In terms of feel, I liked how it felt. I liked how it felt. My favorite was PP, and then Plateless, and then FR4. PP top, Plateless, and then FR4 Gasket. Did not like Alu at all. But there was nothing that I noticed that was like outrageously, you know, like, oh shit, like that's bad case ping, that's hollow, like nothing like that at all. I'd say all the sounds ended up like pretty well rounded. But granted, that's also like the switches I used. I didn't use any foam, so I'm sorry, but there are other people who will probably build with foam. Overall, I would say, like, would I get this board? Actually, yes, I would. Like, I would feel comfortable buying this board, especially since, like, even though there are ribbon cables kind of out of the way, and you know, a lot of the big issues have kind of like been addressed in the sense of like, oh god, you use ball catch top mount. It's like, well, don't worry, like you can use these. There's been smart designs. The only thing I don't really like is these, right? I think I would have liked it more if it were something that you could like slide on, but I guess like that would change the sound. So I get why they implemented this, but just be careful whenever you're lining it. Other than that, everything was like pretty straightforward. Would not recommend taking the bottom piece apart unless you have to. And also, like, I think it's smart how they implemented like a way to secure this in place and also like use it as, you know, so there's no rattling in the corner. But I could, like, as you saw earlier, right? If you don't, if you're as strong as me, like, you might just like pull this whole thing off because there's nothing like securing the plate down. Um, but that's just me nitpicking. But I guess with these boards and as they like become cheaper and cheaper, it seems, right? These are just some things that I would nitpick if you really wanted to like break things down. But other than that, I think it's actually a very solid board. Love these buttons. And I get why they went 65. It's no longer looks symmetrical, which is something that they have done a lot with their design. But, you know, it's more accessible because it has arrow keys, right? So it's actually very good, especially if you plan on doing like media stuff with it. And then also no more ribbon cable involved in the build process other than like these side ones. So yeah, Daring Run has always done a good job of taking criticism, so, and improving on it. So, yeah, I would feel comfortable buying this bird. If you guys do buy it, please let me know what you think. But yeah, that's the build. Thank you, Daring Run, for sending this out to me. This was sent out to me for review. So yeah. Okay, that's it. That's the board. That's a build. 5.5 hours later, we're done.